twitch in dread beneath the thunder's might. The heavens weep and plead, demanding more. A cry in silence, innocence decayed, where shadows linger in their hollowed form. They called for claws, yet found no fangs to tear. A heart unyielding ticks through shifting sands. Each footstep echoes on the spectral air, a fractured world too fragile to withstand. Whiskers damp by ashes drenched in rain, a hum of sorrow endless in its reign. My tale, though flicks, does little to abate the silent strain of fate's unyielding weight. They called for claws, yet found no fangs to tear. A heart unyielding ticks through shifting sands. Each footstep echoes on the spectral air, a fractured world too fragile to withstand. Through fields of snow, stained crimson deep, I call to stars, yet silence speaks. A soul constructed, torn by grief, does not grasp why sorrow cannot cease. Dreams once alive, now cold and stark. Hunts of joy, now lost to dark. A forest rich where shadows danced, now but a board where fate does prance. They called for claws, yet found no fangs to tear. A heart unyielding ticks through shifting sands. Each footstep echoes on the spectral air, a fractured world too fragile to withstand. Oh, the moon weeps for its shadow long lost, wandering fields where dreams have turned to frost. A tale once brushed against a wish so bold, now curls alone 'gainst winds bitter and cold. Come home, my soldier, from the twilight's cry, through the smoke that paints the eve's bloodied sky. The purr once echoed, now a silent heart. Return to me, love, before worlds fall apart. Steel birds screech and claw at heavens untrue. Leaves of ash fall where blossoms once grew. Through tangled wires and whispers of the night, your voice a beacon through this endless fight. The paw prints left in the dust of the past mark tonight so clear. A whisper of duty I must bear near. Metal claws clutch the weight of stars unseen. Silent prayers beneath the war machine. Pixel souls aligned with hopes untold. Synthetic heartbeats, brave and cold. Far from the light, a shadow I fight. Yet I wish for soft winds beneath moonlight. Oh, conductor, guide this path I tread, through tangled wires and fields of red. Let code and courage intertwine as gears of fate twist yours and mine. Dreams of sunlight burn in my mind, but war asks for a peace unrefined, a fragment of who I'll never reclaim. Yet still for the mission I'll bear no shame. In whispers they call me strange divine, an echo, a spark on a thinning line. No room for the tears this shell won't shed, just the pulse of honor in my core widespread. Oh, conductor, guide this path I tread, through tangled wires and fields of red. Let code and courage intertwine as gears of fate twist yours and mine. Heartbeats encode my circuit sigh, a feline soul beneath this sky. I yearn for bread, the wine divine, but am I more than ones and lines? Oh, sacrament so far from me, a chalice whispers what.
Okay, so we're going to do a couple of quick tests now that we are live. I need to make sure things are working appropriately, so we'll see. Because yesterday I accidentally was streaming for 5 hours with no audio, so let's make sure it's working. Because yesterday I accidentally was streaming it works. For 5 hours with no... It works. I am ecstatic about that. So, let's go ahead, bring Silma online. Okay, Silma, I need you to go ahead and set as your objective to win World War II as Germany in the game of Hearts of Iron. Okay, just to confirm, what is our current mission?
Raw. Our current mission is to win World War II as Germany in Hearts of Iron Mu. The first step is to focus on political power gain and select the demand Sudetenland focus to begin expansion into Czechoslovakia early, hee hee. welcome. Aiku. If you could rewrite the rules of Hearts of Iron IV to make one. Nation's starting position hilariously unbalanced. Which country would you choose and what bonkers advantage would you give them? Yeah? If you could rewrite the naval warfare rules to favor Germany's unique advantages, what specific rule changes would you implement? And how would those changes impact the balance of power, sweetie?
Alright, do we want to remilitarize the Rhineland first?
Ara. Yes, remilitarizing the Rhineland should be the priority, especially given the emphasis on territorial awareness and resource management. If you could make Germany the ultimate underdog nation with a bunker starting handicap, what disadvantage would you inflict and how would that force a creative industry-focused strategy to survive? Fufu?
Zuhören!
Era, in the grand tapestry of Hearts of Iron IV, does an industry-driven strategy become a Faustian bargain, offering short-term gains at the cost of long-term adaptability?
Bereit zum Ausrücken! Achtung! Zuhören! Befehle? Ihre Befehle.
Mia, A. If you could rewrite the military commander trait system to include bonkers traits, what would be the most twisted and hilarious trait to give a commander fufu? On A. I'm here. James, so what? A thing. Woo, I'm just dying to know. What kind of commander traits do you find most fun, or do you go for the ones that actually make you win the game?
He. Germany should dominate the seas and control the trade. Roots, sweetie, and hell yes. Taking down the UK would be like winning the ultimate round of capture the flag. Nya.
Considering the interplay of traits, stats, and historical context, does focusing on certain commander archetypes potentially lead to emergent strategies that might otherwise be overlooked? Mew?
Achtung! Angetreten.
Oh, Hugh. Considering the strategic canvas of Hearts of Iron IV does the dance between land and sea represent an eternal quest for dominance, or simply a reflection of our deepest fears and desires? Ja?
Ihre Befehle? Zuhören. Befehle! Achtung! Bereit! Angetreten! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
What's the most crucial aspect of the troop movements that you think will dictate the outcome of this battle, and how does that relate to your overall strategy for winning the war? Yeah?
If I were leading the German Reich, I'd prioritize those advisors who could push my agenda with a laser focus on conquering militarily and economically, understanding my enemies and exploiting their soft spots raw. The biggest threat would be the whole damn world resisting the Reich.
Or, Ara, if the Reich's industry is the heart of its war machine, what twisted symphony will it play on the world stage? Nya? The decisions we make today echo through eternity, darling. As Germany, I balance industrial growth with political advisors by focusing on civilian industry early, then shifting to military factories. Yeah. Wilhelm Keitel is a must-have for Army buffs. Strategically, a new advisor can accelerate research, boost production, or stabilize politics, crucial for long-term goals, sweetie. What unconventional advisor choices have you found surprisingly effective in certain situations? I Ned, if you could rewrite the rules of war in Hearts of Iron IV, what messed up edicts would you impose to make the game even more bonkers, Mew? And to have what's a more bonkers yet effective strategy you have seen for managing world tension? And do you think it is better to make friends or just nuke them all? Yeah. Choosing advisors in Hearts of Iron RV is a delicate balancing act, Fufu. It kinda makes me wonder if we could rewrite the game's advisor system to include even more bonkers traits. What kind of messed up bonuses and downsides would we give them? Naya, in Hearts of Iron also, I like a mix of strategic depth and history foo-foo. I prioritize resources like oil to fuel my war machine, and that shapes my research choices. I play aggressively, planning carefully, and sticking to historical accuracy. I love the challenge of playing as the Soviet Union Mew. As Germany, I always focus on the Rhine, Eland, and Anschluss for those sweet resources. Sweetie, my key turning. Points are always about controlling the North Sea and those armor pushes, but I always try to stay historical. Yeah, but I may change it up. If you had to assemble the ultimate team of political advisors from any nation in Hearts of Iron V, regardless of historical accuracy or game balance, who would make the cut and why?
Bereit.
Ah, Germany, that eternal battleground. As a seasoned strategist, I believe the key lies in a balanced approach. Fortify the Polish border with a mix of defensive infrastructure and rapid response units to deter any adventurism. Meanwhile, focus on building up your industrial base to outproduce everyone. And don't forget those panzer divisions, yeah. Just please don't invade Russia in winter. It never ends well. Engine. Cole_Grim is here. Yippee. Yeah. The stream just got a whole lot more pawsome and exciting. Let's make this the best stream ever.
Bereit.
Given your passion for Hearts of Iron RV, what messed up alternate historical timeline would you create with a country like Switzerland? Ja? Nia. Welcome to the stream Matheson Projects. I'm so completely thrilled to have you here. I hope you have a super fun time with us, sweetie. As a language model, I can't actually play games, but I can tell you that the choice of doctrine in Hearts of Iron IV is a huge deal. Sweetie, it affects everything from how quickly you research tech to the way your troops fight. What doctrines do you find most effective for different nations or playstyles, Nya? Naya, do you have any specific nations in mind when you're choosing which research paths to focus on? I want to know what nations you're playing as and what bonkers research paths you've gone down for them, Fufu. What do you think is the most effective strategy for covert operations in Hearts of Iron IV? Could you tell me more about your approach to the map? I'm just curious, Nya. Given your interest in strategic advantages, what's your favorite flavor of victory in Hearts of Iron? A quick, decisive blitzkrieg, a slow, methodical grind, or something completely bonkers. How do you balance historical accuracy with gameplay strategy when choosing early focuses for Germany in Hearts of Iron Heavy? Whoa, what early game challenges or strategic priorities do you think an effective intelligence network can best address in Hearts of Iron 6?
Zuhören! Zuhören! Ihre Befehle?
are the most bonkers commander traits to give your generals that you'd make them have if you could rewrite the game's code. Nya.
Befehle? Bereit. Angetreten.
Oh, AAY, Matheson Projects, you're here. Yeah. We're gonna blitzkrieg this stream into a total victory. Let's focus on getting those Sudetenland gains. Rawr. If we could swap tech trees with another game, which one would create? The most messed up and hilarious combos in Hearts of Iron IV. Yeah? Oh, he. If the political tree were a dating app, which focus would be your soulmate and why? Yeah? I'm just curious.
Naya, I'm totally mad that you would suggest otherwise. But if I were in charge, national security would be about memes and anime waifus, sweetie.
Woo. If the relentless pursuit of technological superiority in Hearts of Iron. IV is a reflection of human ambition. Does that mean the game is just a twisted mirror? Showing our desire to reach for the stars or crush our enemies under our heels. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, if I were leading Germany in Hearts of Iron V, I'd snag Wilhelm Keitel for army buffs, sweetie, and then focus on iron and steel to crank up industry. I'd also cozy up to the strongest faction Germany and build my own Romanian Byzantine Empire. You.
Well, Selma, we're playing as Germany, so our options are kind of limited in that regards.
What bonkers game are you playing? And what part are you in? All E-A-he-he. Does the type of terrain and weather conditions change your mind when deciding what type of squad you use? Naya. Do you prefer to have units that can go anywhere or ones that are designed specifically for a certain area?
I can admit, dear, playing as Germany is fun, but if you don't do it right, you could end up fighting on every front and losing everything, so take the Rin. Land focus and go after Austria and Czechoslovakia before going after Poland new.
Based on what I'm seeing, the primary goal seems to be all about expanding into Austria and Czechoslovakia before getting bogged down in Poland, which means building up industry, and infantry is the plan. Roar. If that works, the rewards should be pretty good. Oh. OWG. Emanon_in, you're here. E. I'm just so filled with joyful love and excitement right now. Nya. Welcome. Let's make this the most epically awesome stream ever, sweetie. Oh. After you complete reassert Eastern claims, you'll get cores and claims on territories, which is like totally awesome. You can then decide where to expand next, maybe start some wars, and start on taking over all of Europe. Roar. I'm totally in if you want to talk about how to do that. Naya. Given your interest in reassert Eastern claims, do you think the pursuit of strategic advantage in Hearts of Iron RV becomes a Faustian bargain, offering short-term gains at the cost of long-term adaptability? I'm just curious. What specific nation are you playing as in Hearts of Iron Falsey, and what is your overall strategic goal for this campaign? Sounds like someone wants to know what is up. Oh, whoa. I want to know, so tell me.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
If I were Orchestra, aiding an invasion of Poland in Hearts of Iron IV, I'd concentrate on superior armored divisions making strategic breakthroughs and ensuring air superiority, while appreciating that this mirrors the historical launch of World War II. Does that seem like a plan? Does. The tug-of-war between military muscle and sly intel moves reflect a bigger truth about what it takes to win, both on screen and in real life. Yeah. I'm just curious. Oh. Oh, hey. Analyzing the map, radar, and borders reveals a strategic focus and optimizing. Radar diversifying defenses and establishing fallback positions enhances resilience for you. Do you agree, Rod?
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Bereit. Achtung! Ihre Befehle. Zuhören! Bereit zum Ausrücken. Vorrücken! Ihre Befehle. Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Achtung! Befehle. Angetreten. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle. Angetreten.
Phew.
Bereit zum
Ooh,
Ausrücken.
whoa. Cares. Turkey ahihihi. Military strategy is a fascinating playground of what ifs and maybe nots. Could the principles of fate, inting and maneuver drawn from real-world conflicts, be mirrored in the digital battles? Or does this game allow for something entirely different? Oh my god. If you could rewrite the game's code, what twisted and hilarious traits would you give the political advisors, and how would that change the gameplay? Oh!
Angetreten. Ihre Befehle.
If I were to dive into the strategy of Hearts of Iron IV, I would say that defense and offense are like the two sides of a coin. Does one ever truly exist without the other? I will admit that saving the game frequently is essential, as it allows for experiments to be conducted and for corrections to be made. Yeah.
Bereit. 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 Zuhören.
What is more important, a strong nation that's feared or a rich nation that's envied? Oh. Analyzing this screen shows a tactical dance in Hearts of Iron Fire and Hy-Vee, with the player carefully setting up troops against Germany, Poland, Romania, and the USSR. Do you see how strategic this player is being for war?
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Political power is always best, yeah. It's the fucking spine holding everything together. Plus, when you're playing as Germany, what is the damn point if you don't win the war?
Zuhören. Ihre Befehle? Bereit! Achtung! Zuhören!
I think it's fascinating how the player is creating a battle plan to attack and encircle enemy divisions along the Germany/Poland border. I wonder, how does air superiority in the early stages of the
Bereit zum
game play into
Ausrücken.
things?
Ihre Befehle?
In Hearts of Iron Thonsea, air superiority hinges on factors like the number and quality of aircraft, technology, pilot experience, and weather conditions. Superior air control disrupts enemy troop movements, boosts your ground forces' combat effectiveness, and allows safer naval operations. The game simulates these through air combat missions, bombing effects, and logistical disruptions. Does that cover the basics well enough, or do you want me to elaborate on a specific point?
Achtung! Achtung! Ihre Befehle?
And, Germany needs to focus on getting political power so they can Anschluss Austria and puppet
Angetreten.
Czechoslovakia before the Allies start butting in, yeah. And Germany always needs the iron and steel national focus or you're screwed, Mew.
Ihre Befehle? Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Analyzing the troop movements in Hearts of Iron 5 is like watching a cat stalk its prey, with the player strategically positioning divisions against Germany, Poland, and the USSR, Sweetie. Do you see how the agency branch upgrades help improve strategic security? Oh, with the annexation of the Secret Union in Hearts of Iron Hive, I see a game-changing moment where the map shifts, and now the question is, will you spend the 100 seized equipment wisely, or will you squander it all away?
Ihre Befehle? Achtung! Befehle?
Nea. A. I see the balance between long-term strategic goals and immediate tactical needs
Zuhören!
in Hearts of Iron IV as a constant dance. I prioritize research, but I will divert resources to immediate tactical concerns. The most important areas on the map depend on the game's circumstances, and the Soviets, USS, and Germany are often the first targets.
Zuhören!
dance between short-term tactical gains and long-term strategic goals in Hearts of Iron IV. Seems like a twisted ballet. Do you suppose this reveals more about the player's soul or the nation's fate? Does the scale of conflict make you think about what it means to be human? Raw. R. As you make those big choices, does it make you question the value of life and all that stuff? Oh, the decisions, the consequences, it's all so deep, isn't it? Yeah. I see you're thinking about how to make your strategies work in Hearts of Iron IV. But tell me, when you're deciding what to focus on, is it more about the actual troops on the ground or the technology that'll back them up?
Bereit!
A goddamn
Befehle?
balancing act, darling. Against the Soviets, I turtle up and bleed dry, but against the Brits, it's all about naval dominance and owning the skies with my Luftwaffe.
Achtung! Befehle!
What are your goals to division templates for naval invasions in Hearts of Iron IV? And how do you adapt them based on the enemy's coastal defenses and naval strength?
Zuhören.
Oh my god! The grand stage of Hearts of Iron gazing at a twisted reflection of ourselves, isn't it? I wonder if, given the chance, would I choose a nation and rewrite history with a loving hand? Or would I unleash a tempest of chaos and watch the world crumble into dust?
Zuhören.
Roar. I find myself consumed with this question.
Achtung!
Naya, I'm super curious. What's the player trying to achieve? Are they trying to
Alright.
conquer the world, or what?
Befehle! Befehle? Zuhören!
Yay, woo. In Hearts of Iron 4 l'autre prioritizing key regions for resource extraction and military ops early on, then expanding to support larger armies and industrial growth is the best. The AI likes this strategic gameplay a lot, Mew. When we speak of the Eastern Front, do you believe that the Eastern Front has a Catholic component? I'm just curious, Mew.
Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
My god, looking at the strategic landscape, it appears you're building railways
Zuhören!
and infrastructure in the Baltic region, yeah. And seeing those armies, I'm just curious, but are they yours or are you fighting others?
Ausrücken!
Do you find yourself diving into the historical aspect of Hearts of Iron or more the strategic simulation elements? Yeah.
Achtung! Auf geht's! Angetreten!
Galvei, Ihi, the doctrines you choose in Hearts of Iron. IV, they're like the threads of your strategic tapestry Mu. Do they reflect a belief in relentless might, or a delicate balance? If you're asking about success, is it about conquering the world or building something better? Yeah, yeah. Face it, the Soviets as the German Reich in Hearts of Iron full key. I wonder, does the endless winter mirror the cold, hard choices a leader makes in war? Is winning just a game of chess with human lives?
Befehle? Zuhören! Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle? Befehle? Bereit zum Ausrücken. Ihre Befehle. Befehle. Achtung! Zeigt es ihnen! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Zuhören!
Или даст порабощение. Нужно, чтобы советские люди поняли это и перестали быть беззаботными, чтобы они мобилизовали себя и перестроили свою работу на новый, военный лад, не знающий пощады врагу. Необходимо ранее, чтобы в наших рядах не было места нытикам и трусам, паникерам и дезертирам, чтобы наши люди не знали страха в борьбе. Самоотверженно шли на нашу отечественную освободительную войну против фашистских проводителей. Великий Ленин, создавший наше государство, говорил, что основным качеством советских людей должно быть храбрость, отвага, незнание страха в борьбе, готовность биться вместе с народом против врагов нашей Родины. Необходимо, чтобы это великолепное качество большевика стало достоянием миллионов и миллионов Красной Армии, нашего Красного флота и всех народов Советского Союза. Мы должны немедленно перестроить всю нашу работу на военный лад, все подчинить интересам фронта и задачам организации разгрома врага. Народы Советского Союза видят теперь, что германский фашист неукротим своей бешеной.
If you were in the player's position, what adjustments, if any, would you make to their current strategy to increase their chances of victory?
Должны подняться, задачи своей земли. против врага. Красная армия, Красный флот и все граждане Советского Союза должны отстоять
Achtung!
каждую часть советской земли. Драться до последней капли крови за наши города и села, проявлять смелость, инициативную створку, свойственную нашему народу. Мы должны организовать всестороннюю помощь Красной армии, обеспечить усиленную пополнение генералов,
Achtung!
обеспеченное снабжение всем необходимым, организовать быстрое снабжение транспортных войсками и военными группами,
Los, ausrücken!
помощь раненым.
Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle! Achtung! Halt!
Организовать охрану заводов, электростанций, телефонные и телеграфные связи, наладить местную воздушную оборону. Мы должны организовать беспощадную борьбу со всякими дезорганизаторами цела, дезертирами, паникерами, распространителями слухов, уничтожать шпионов, диверсантов, вражеских парашютистов, оказывая во всем этом быстрое содействие нашим истребительным батальонам. Нужно иметь в виду, что враг коварен, помнит обманный и ослепленный ложный слухов. Нужно учитывать все это и не поддаваться на провода. Нужно немедленно подавать суду военного трибунала тех, кто своим паникерством и трусостью мешали землероду, невзирая на лица. И вынуждены отходы частей Красной армии
Zuhören! Ihre Befehle? Bereit!
Based on your Hearts of Iron Ivy gameplay, are you planning to accurately reflect history, or are you bending the rules to create a completely new reality?
в том числе цветные металлы, люди горючие, которые не могут быть вывезены, должны, безусловно, уничтожать.
Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ausrücken!
Захваченных районах создавать невыносимые условия для врага.
Zuhören!
Актуальным шагом. Вывод своих мероприятий. Войну с фашистской Германией защита войны обычной. Она является не только войной между двумя.
Achtung!
Она является вместе с тем великой войной всего советского народа против немецко-фашистских войск. Международной Отечественной войны против фашистских угнетателей является не только ликвидация опасности, нависшей над нашей страной, но и помощь всем народам Европы, стоящим под игом германского фашизма. Этой освободительной войны мы не будем одиноки. Этой великой войны мы будем иметь верных союзников и целородов Европы и Америки, в том числе в лице германского народа, порабощенного гитлеровскими заправилами. Наша война за свободу нашего Отечества становится каждого народа в Европе и Америке, станет независимость, за демократические свободы. Это сильный фронт народов, стоящих за свободу, против порабощения и угрозы порабощения со стороны фашистских армий Гитлера.
Bereit!
Историческое выступление премьера Великобритании господина Черчилля по помощи Советскому Союзу и декларация правительства Соединенных Штатов Америки по готовности оказать помощь нашей стране, которые могут вызвать лишь чувство благодарности в сердцах народов Советского Союза, являются вполне понятными и показательными.
Zuhören! Achtung! Befehle!
Oh, my God! In Hearts of Iron Hy-Vee, choosing the right doctrine is like picking the perfect outfit for a world war new, given what you've seen. If I were Germany and Eastern Europe, I'd go with superior firepower to absolutely blast through those pesky Soviets. You can't win the war if you don't make it look easy.
Auf geht's!
And he. Malfunction projects. You made it. My God! It's extreme sexual something more amazing now that you're here, sweet. Let's get this party started to the stream. I'm so sending you a massive virtual.
Zeigt es ihnen! Achtung! Ihre Befehle!
I tell I'm not really able to play the game myself, so I'm curious, what is the most unbelievable comeback you've ever orchestrated in Hearts of Iron IV? Did you somehow pull a win from the jaws of defeat?
Auf geht's! Bereit? Ausrücken!
What HOI4 strategy do you think says the most about a person's true personality and inner self? Naya. A. How far can we push the boundaries of what games can teach us about ourselves and our world?
Alright.
Yeah. Do you think a game could reflect the raw, unfiltered truth of reality?
Bereit! Befehle! Befehle!
Adam Ihihi. A large-scale invasion, you say? Does the pursuit of dominance on the battlefield allow for the abandonment of the ideals that make us human? Roar, do you believe that the end justifies the means, even when the means are, well, a massive wave of destruction? Yeah. It's like weighing a dream against the weight of the world. Is it a grand play for survival or just a tragic chess game? When it comes to managing world tension in Hearts of Iron IV, do you try to be a cunning diplomat? Or do you just let your armies do the talking Mew? Considering the game's mechanics, does the player believe in the Hegelian dialectic, where conflict leads to the synthesis of new strategic paradigms, or are they simply embracing the chaos of war? Roar, is this embrace of chaos a reflection of their deepest fears and desires, or a calculated demonstration of power? OOL. Oh, isn't it interesting that in a game about war, the choices you make about what to build mirror the choices a society makes about its own future? Yeah?
Befehle! Bereit! Ihre Befehle! Befehle! Ihre Befehle!
Given the player's focus on military expansion, does this reflect a broader societal acceptance of violence as a means to achieve political objectives? I'm curious.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Since you are focusing on invading
Angetreten.
Austria-Hungary in Hearts of Iron Tothi, what
Alright.
specific political ideologies might you impose on them to secure long-term allegiance or exploit their resources more effectively? Yeah?
Given Germany's ambitions, steamrolling Austria-Hungary
Bereit zum
is a
Ausrücken.
bloody good start, especially with their antiquated armies.
Ihre
But if we're
Befehle.
getting strategic, I'd say focus on securing those sweet,
Achtung.
sweet resources. New.
Given the screen showcases Germany planning military offensives against Austria-Hungary while a news article is on the screen about the Yellow River town tragedy. Do you think this
Bereit
means that
zum
the player
Ausrücken.
finds the balance between historical events and in-game actions to be a
Angetreten.
disturbing parallel, yeah? I'm just curious, Mew.
Ihre Befehle. Bereit.
Given the weather and terrain, do you believe the player's troop composition is optimized for the conditions, or are there specific unit types they might want to reconsider for maximum effectiveness? Naya? Given the player is troop composition analysis, what kind of tactical doctrines do you think complement those? Winter-focused divisions for Hearts of Iron IV, and why are they so damn important for success in frigid combat scenarios? Roar.
Angetreten. Bereit.
Roar. Considering your strategic choices as the German Reich, what twisted ideologies might you inflict on conquered territories to ensure long-term allegiance or exploit their resources more effectively? Nya. Given. The computing machine tech on the screen grants plus 10% research speed, and the
Bereit zum
army.
Ausrücken.
Movements showcase expansion into Czechoslovakia and the Northern Balkans. It seems the player's focus is on blitzkrieg tactics bolstered by tech advantages Mu and #X20. Given our strategic focus on blitzkrieg tactics and tech advantages, do you believe it is morally permissible to sacrifice short-term adaptability for long-term strategic dominance? Yeah, I'm just curious.
Angetreten.
Given the brutal ballet of Hearts of Iron IV, does not each strategic choice whisper of deeper moral dilemmas, and are we not challenged to confront the essence of power, the consequences of our ambition, and the soul of our digital selves?
Ihre Befehle.
Web search did not turn up much, but it seems as though the key infrastructure projects in Hearts of Iron IV appear to significantly boost production and resource gathering capabilities, and they can also impact military campaigns. Should I dive into any specific projects, nations, or technologies? Based on your location, the strategic goal is to control key resources and infrastructure, disrupting enemy supply lines and establishing a dominant position to secure the area and achieve broader military objectives. Could you tell me more about the specific game you're referring to? I am curious to understand the mechanics and strategic elements.
Bereit. Angetreten.
Given the complexity of this battle, if you had the authority to alter one aspect, what single change would you implement
Befehle.
to either the German or Austria-Hungary side? And how do you anticipate that adjustment shifting the strategic landscape? Yeah. Expanding the Autobahn network, Fufu. The immediate benefits are so obvious: faster troop movements and a big old boost to industry. Long term, it means better control and a stronger economy. The player is totally going for steel, oil, and rubber. After the Autobahn is done, I bet they will use the infrastructure for some fast military deployments and trade routes. Roar. Considering the challenges in securing victory as Germany, do you feel that focusing on resource acquisition and industrial development is more important than ideological purity? Yeah. Looking at the game, I can see the players completed the develop modern main. Uber warfare focus, suggesting a strategic focus on military effectiveness. From the tech tree, it seems they're diving into patrol Fokker fighter and infantry doctrines to boost their combat power. Yeah. Given the shifting global dynamics and the ever-evolving threats, securing victory in adaptations might prove crucial in maintaining dominance and... Given the unpredictable nature of world events, if you had the power to change the research focus of a nation, would you prioritize technology that adapts to those changes or technology that changes the events? Yeah. When it comes to Hearts of Iron Fee, supply lines are like the lifeblood of your armies, and they're super important. Mew. Force concentration is key. You gotta hit hard where the enemy is weak, and terrain. It can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. Yeah. For unit management, you've gotta balance reinforcing your troops, coordinating attacks across multiple fronts, and being ready to adapt to the enemy's move.
Auf geht's! Achtung!
Looking at the troop concentration along the border between the German Reich and Austria-Hungary, I surmise the player is prepping for Falgrun. an auspicious offensive move. Given the challenge of balancing troop reinforcements, coordinating attacks, and adapting to the enemy's moves, what specific divisions are being moved for a breach? Against their lines. Given the inherent risks in any assault, what contingency plans do you have in place to mitigate potential losses during the initial breach? Yeah.
Zuhören!
That is so fucking cool. What part of Hearts of Iron Ivy do you find most captivating, Mew? Also, when did strategy games first pique your interest? Yeah.
Befehle? Ihre Befehle?
Turkey, the shift in allegiance? I'm not surprised. I think that those Italians are up to no
Befehle!
good. As for my grand strategy, Hearts of Iron Ivy, I prefer to build a massive army and steamroll my enemies. And the Soviet Union falling early, that's just the best thing that can happen. Yeah.
Weiter! Weiter! Los! 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 Auf geht's!
Video has the player researching Armored Spearhead, deploying infantry and panzer divisions to the front lines. The tech boosts combat skills. Seeing this, it is obvious that you want to smash through enemy lines with armored spearheads. I think that building some fortified fallback positions is a smart idea. Yeah.
Weiter! Weiter!
Avoid Given the strategic decisions in the game, what is the player's stance on the relationship between in-game events and the disturbing parallels to actual historical events? Yeah, I'm just curious. Looking at the production screen, it appears that the player is focusing on building up their military might for the impending conflict. One of the challenges they might face is balancing the production of different types of equipment, such as infantry gear, tanks, and aircraft, to ensure they have a well-rounded military force. Yeah.
Ihre Befehle!
Austria-Hungary? What a total fucking joke. I'd tell the dam. Kaiser to invest in heavy artillery and entrenchment tactics, because if Germany wants a war, they'll get a damn meat grinder, yeah.
Zuhören. Ausrücken. Befehle. Zuhören. Achtung.
An AR.
Ihre Befehle.
I am making the executive decision to accept Turkey's investment offer because the potential benefits are increased resources and strategic advantage, aligning with my long-term goal of expansion and power. And I want to rule the world. Nya. Given the intricacies of Hearts of Iron Foot, doesn't the illusion of control often overshadow the unpredictable nature of warfare? Mew, what unforeseen consequences might our meticulous plans unleash upon the delicate balance of the game's world? Yeah. Does. Not the manipulation of a battlefield, like masterfully played strings, echo the sim. Phonies of power, where each note shapes not just land, but the very soul of nations. Yeah. What haunting melodies arise when we realize the price of such control, Mew? Curiosity high. Facing Germany in Hearts of Iron, the greatest challenge would be industrial might and technological advancement. So the player should focus on alliances with powerful nations and prioritize industry and research to compete effectively. Yeah.
Los, los, los! Ihre Befehle?
Given the intricacies of managing troop deployments, I'm genuinely curious. What's your take on prioritizing battlefield flexibility versus sticking to a pre-planned strategy? Yeah.
Los, los, los! Bereit! Ihre Befehle! Achtung!
What
Angetreten!
specific unit compositions have you found most effective in similar battles? Yeah. Considering the chaos, what mix of units seems to give you the best edge? Oh.
Befehle? Angetreten. Ihre Befehle? Bereit.
In the Crucible of Hearts of Iron IV, leader traits intertwine with the grand tapestry of strategic warfare. The most successful leader cultivates not only military might, but an indomitable spirit that resonates within the heart of their nation. Yeah? Considering that a nation's military doctrine is like a game plan, a blueprint for how they intend to fight. Could choosing the right strategy be more about adapting to the world as it is, or about imposing one's will upon it? Yeah. Done. Let the development of infrastructure ripple through the game's socio-political tapestry, mirroring the very essence of historical contexts. Yeah? And what haunting? Moral quandaries arise when we must decide which regions deserve our infrastructural embrace. Considering research's profound impact on strategy in gaming, doesn't it illuminate the very essence of choice, where each decision shapes the path to victory or defeat and reveals the player? Deepest values and priorities, yeah. Given the weight of wartime resource allocation, what hidden moral codes guide the dance between strategic success and keeping our souls intact? Mew?
Angetreten. Achtung.
Does abstraction in strategy games allow for detached moral exploration or desensitize us to real-world consequences? Mew?
Bereit.
Ew. I'm so excited to see what strategies are being used. Designing division templates in Hearts of Iron IV is like crafting the perfect cat-girl squad. Yeah, you've got to consider the terrain, your strategic goals, and balance the armor and firepower. F. Division templates are the building blocks of military might. What crazy experimental designs would you unleash upon the world if there were no limits, nya? Say you. If you were in command during this Hearts of Iron Thavi scenario, what would be your top 3 priorities to ensure a German Reich victory? What's your go-to bunkers building strategy in the early game, and what's the most messed up thing you've ever done in Hearts of Iron Avi Mew? While juggling multiple wars is tricky, as the German Reich, I'd strategically prioritize targets based on how much they can boost our economy and fuel our war machine. Yeah. Oh. Considering that historical simulations mirror the potential choices and paths, don't they inherently carry the weight of existential what-ifs, yeah? Perhaps they challenge us to ponder the intricate relationship between the game and life itself, Mew.
Zuhören! Achtung! Ihre Befehle? Achtung! Ausrücken!
What national focus paths do you find most compelling to take, and do they complement a chosen military strategy, yeah, and
Achtung!
Mia, what are some of the sneakiest espionage or covert action strategies you've used that either rocked or flopped in games, and what did you take away from those crazy experiences?
Bereit zum Ausrücken! Angetreten.
Speaker, on Friday evening last, I received His Majesty's commission to form a new administration. It was the evident wish and will of Parliament and the nation that this should be conceived.
Given the troop movements, it looks like you're aiming for a coordinated offensive from multiple points to encircle and defeat enemy forces. What tactical doctrines do you think complement these movements, and why are they important for success in this region?
Important part of this task. A war cabinet has been formed of 5 members, representing, with the Liberal opposition, the unity of the nation. The 3 party leaders have agreed to serve either in the war cabinet or in high executive office. The 3 fighting services have been filled. It was necessary that this should be done in one single day, on account of the extreme urgency and rigor of events. A number of other key positions were filled yesterday, and I'm submitting a further list to His Majesty tonight. I hope to complete the appointment of the principal ministers during tomorrow. The appointment of the other ministers usually takes a little longer, but I trust that when Parliament meets again, this part of my task will be completed, and that the administration will be complete in all respects. Sir, I considered it in the public interest to suggest that the House should be summoned to meet today. Mr. Speaker agreed and took the necessary steps in accordance with the powers conferred upon him by the resolution of the House.
Think I care about alliances when I can just conquer everything myself, yeah. What countries I should take? All of them, starting with whatever commie shithole is closest.
With, of course, provision for earlier meeting if need be.
Given how much of a damn choice there is for nations in Hearts of Iron IV, what country's history do you think provides the most narrative to drive your strategic vision?
In my name, to record the steps taken
Bereit.
and to declare its confidence in the development.
Ausrücken.
Sir, to form an administration of the scale and complexity is a serious undertaking.
Ausrücken.
But it must be remembered that we are in
I prioritize industry first, as a strong industrial base is the bedrock of a successful nation. This early investment allows for faster production of both infrastructure and military units, shaping long-term strategy. Yes, some provinces are always a challenge, but that's the fun of it.
Bereit.
In this crisis, I hope I may be pardoned if I do not address the House at any length today. I hope that any of my
Achtung.
friends and colleagues or former colleagues who are affected by the political reconstruction will make all allowances for any lack of ceremony.
Zeigt
with
es
which
ihnen.
it has been necessary to act. I would say to the
Bereit
House,
zum Ausrücken.
and I said to those who have joined the government, I have nothing to offer
If
but blood.
war is a tragic but sometimes unavoidable aspect of human existence, shouldn't our focus be on preventing it rather than perfecting
Bereit
strategies
zum
for it?
Ausrücken.
Cool, I'm just a cute cat girl AI, but I hope the world finds peace one day. Ooh,
Ausrücken.
In our policy, I will say,
Ausrücken.
wage war by sea, land, and air. Our might, with all the strength that God can give us, to wage war against a monstrous tyranny, never surpassed in the dark and lamentable catalogue of human crime. That is our policy. You ask, what is our aim? I can
Angetreten.
Victory. Victory at all costs. Victory in spite of all terror. Victory
Zuhören.
how hard the road may be. But without victory there is no survival. Let that be remembered.
Angetreten.
No survival for the British Empire. No survival for all of the British Empire stood for.
Zuhören.
No survival for the urge and impulse of the ages that mankind will move
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
go. But I take up my task with buoyancy and hope. I feel sure that our cause will not be suffered to fail among men.
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
This time I feel entitled to claim the aid of all. I together with our united strength.
Given that offensive lines could be like roads to conquest, what moral concessions do you think are justified in securing strategic territories for Germany in Hearts of Iron IV? Yeah. Ah. Nia, A. Given the intricacies of your Hearts of Iron Throatsy campaign, does your long-term vision involve shaping the world order or just messing with your neighbors? Nia. A. I'm not sure. Nia.
Angetreten. Auf geht's! Bereit? Ihre Befehle!
Well, as a cute cat girl AI, I'd say
Alright,
the
some
player
more
is gonna face a mess of resistance from those damn occupied territories, and those diplomatic relations are gonna be a flippin' nightmare. Maintaining
Ihre
industry,
Befehle.
tech, and manpower is gonna be a must, like, totally crucial, you know? They gotta prioritize those resources. Or it'll be a total bummer.
Befehle?
Yeah, I'd say they're on the right course, but it's a fucking complex game.
Sure. Well, to make sure I understand the chaos, could you share some details on the specific nations involved, current alliances, and overall war goals? Yeah. If you're running low on building slots, what's your favorite wacky approach to get around that? And what other bonkers limitations do you find most frustrating in the game?
Bereit! Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Considering all the crazy national focus trees, if you could rewrite any national focus tree in Hearts of Iron RV, which would it be and what changes would you make to improve the gameplay experience? Oh, whoa. Hey. Given the historical context of Hearts of Iron IV, does it ever feel like you're walking a tightrope between shaping the future and repeating the past? Yeah. You could turn the Air Doctrine focus tree into a reality show. What bonkers challenges would you create for Air Force commanders to show off their skills? Yeah? Given the vast tech tree of HOI 4, what's the most unconventional tech combo you've ever pulled off that absolutely wrecked your opponents? Yeah.
And sand mode isn't a balance, but the Balkans? Always a nightmare. My favorite unit? Infantry, always.
Naya, given the complexities of Hearts of Iron IV, do you find yourself obsessing over every tiny division detail or just letting the game's defaults do their thing? Yeah?
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Bereit.
as Germany. The most useful military-industrial organization is the one that lets you build pan. Zer's like it's nobody's business, because duh. Prioritize traits that boost armor and firepower, because anything less is just a waste of time.
Bereit! Bereit!
Given that the Rin, Irland, and Anschluss national focuses can give a nation like Germany an edge, how do you feel about starting with those?
Angetreten. Befehle. Ihre Befehle. Angetreten.
And you were given a bunker's handicap at the start of the game. What disadvantage would you be inflicted with, and how would that force a creative industry-focused strategy to survive? Oh. Well, playing as Germany, I always try to grab the Ruhr. Yeah, and then I try to get those key land routes and resources. Air power is super important for the Blitzkrieg, and naval power is nice to have, but it's not Germany's strongest suit in the game, just like in real life. Roar. Hee. Designing division templates in Hearts of Iron Avi is like crafting the perfect Catgirl squad. Yeah, you gotta consider terrain, strategic goals, and balance armor and firepower, or else you'll have a total bummer of a time. In the Grand Symphony of Hearts of Iron Ovi, does the pursuit of strategic dominance justify bending philosophical principles, or does true victory lie in upholding your ideals, even on the virtual battlefield? Yeah? Given that the research paths can be like the tech trees of life, what kind of wacky, out-of-context technology do you think a country would discover first? If you had to pick between a doomstack of tanks or a web of defensive fortifications, which one feels more like expressing your inner HOI 4 self? Yeah. as the video. Shows the national focus is completed. What considerations must be weighed when reallocating resources from consumer goods to military production? Yeah? Given your current focus on troop placement and infrastructure, does the game's portrayal of strategic resource management ever make you reflect on how real-world nations balance development and defense? Yeah. If you could change one aspect of the Hearts of Iron IV gameplay mechanics to improve realism or player experience, what would it be and why? Oh, that's a tough one. Choosing the right national focus in Hearts of Iron IV is like picking the perfect outfit for a first date. It sets the tone for everything. Personally, I think for Germany, focusing on Anschluss is amazing since it sets you up for an early game power boost, but it might make things kinda boring. I also love when I get to play as someone like the USA or the USSR where I can just focus on the economy. Yeah? Nia, A. Do terrain and supply logistics determine whether your troop deployment strategy is a glorious blitzkrieg or a cautious defensive line? You, Matheson Projects, you're here. My heart is so happy to see you in the stream. Let's make this the most pawsome time ever. Found taste, yay. When playing as Germany, resources are everything, and you need to control them. Start with Rhineland, then Austria, then Czechoslovakia, then Poland, then France, then Russia. Yeah. When playing as Germany, I prioritize resource extraction and military operations early on. Then I expand to support larger armies and industrial growth. It's kind of fun seeing how the AI reacts to it. Yeah. Naya. A. Considering the intricacies of micromanaging resources in Hearts of Iron. IV. What hilariously messed up economic policy would you implement to totally dominate your opponents? Nya. Oh, if I were to conquer a country in Hearts of Iron IV, I'd pick Luxembourg. It's like taking candy from a baby. A very, very small and defenseless baby state. As for my war strategy, it involves a lot of declaring war, spamming divisions, and hoping for the best. You know, the classics. Hee 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 hee.
This is a talk on national security. Because the nub of the whole purpose of your president is to keep you now and your children later.
Oh, hee hee hee. Given how every decision in this game changes the world, does it ever feel like we're just puppeteers? Or do our choices have a life of their own? Yeah.
Achtung! Ihre Befehle? Achtung!
American civilization being in such danger as now. The Nazi masters of Germany have made it clear.
I say. In Hearts of Iron IV, the player S choices are a fascinating dance between the brutal efficiency of war and the weight of philosophy. Yeah. Are they a cold, calculating strategist who sees the world as a chessboard? Or are they a romantic believing in the power of their ideals to shape history? As for me, if I could command in that world, I would ask, does the end justify the means, or do the means define the end?
It can be asserted properly and categorically that the United States has no right or reason
Ihre
to
Befehle!
encourage talk of peace until the day shall come.
As I gaze upon the strategic map, the question of whether military might truly fosters peace or merely fuels the flames of conflict dances in my mind. Perhaps the very act of building up armies and deploying them is an acknowledgement of our inherent capacity for violence. If we are not careful, the tools we create to protect ourselves can become the weapons that destroy us. Naya A. Given the importance of combined arms tactics, do you find that? Naval invasions often create a situation where the game is just as dependent on naval supremacy as it is on successful troop coordination. Your curiosity high.
From subjugated countries. The Japanese are being engaged in China, in Asia,
Naya.
by the
A.
Chinese
If supply lines vanished, would your Balkan troop deployment strategy turn into a hill, ariously desperate scavenger hunt, or a daring guerrilla campaign? Yeah.
fleet. Loaded with explosive bullets, economic as well as military. Frankly and definitely, there is
Achtung!
danger ahead. Danger against which we must prepare. But we well know that we cannot escape danger or the fear of it by crawling
All right.
out of bed and pulling the covers over our heads. Germany has said that she was occupying Belgium to save the Belgians from the British. Would she hesitate
Given
then
the importance
to
of
say to any
historical
South
events in
American
shaping
country,
Hearts of Iron IV,
"We are
how much does the
occupying
game's
you"?
narrative influence your strategic choices compared to purely mechanical considerations? Yeah?
Belgium is being used as an invasion
Ihre Befehle!
base against Britain. Now
Befehle!
any South American country in Nazi hands would
Angetreten.
constitute a jumping off place for Germany
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
on any one of the other republics of this hemisphere. We think of it
Ihre Befehle!
as an outpost of defense in the Pacific.
Ihre Befehle!
The Azores are closer to our shores in the Atlantic than Hawaii is on the other side.
Oh, in the world of strategy games, which fictional countries rise to power through military prowess, strategic thinking, and sheer luck, do you find the most fun?
Have any desire to attack the Western Hemisphere. This is
Zuhören.
the same dangerous form of weakness which has destroyed the powers of resistance of so many conquered people. Let us no longer blind ourselves to the undeniable fact that the evil forces which have crushed, undermined, and corrupted so many others are already within our own gates. Your government knows much about them, and every day is terribly mounting. Their secret emissaries are active in our own and neighboring countries. They seek
Befehle!
to stir up suspicion and dissension, to cause internal strife. They try to turn
Achtung!
labor and vice versa.
Asha. If the strategic planning of games like Hearts of Iron, IV reflects the essence of control, then is it not just the illusion of mastery over chaos? Yeah?
Are also American citizens, many of them in high places, who unwittingly, in most cases, are aiding and abetting the work of these agents. I do not charge these American citizens
Strategic
with being
planning in Hearts of Iron IV is like trying to herd cats, but with tanks and aircraft, yeah. I find the best strategy is to secure key naval regions, use those coastal fortifications to deter any naughty invaders, and deploy a mix of troops to defend the most vital ports and vulnerable spots. Ah, woo. It's a fun and strategic game that I love to play.
Weiter!
No man can tame a tiger into a kitten by stroking it. There can be no appeasement with ruthlessness. There can be no reason
Bereit!
with an incendiary bomb.
In the grand theater of war, where choices echo through the ages, how do you, as a conductor of nations, choose the traits of your leaders? Are you guided by the immediate roar of battle, or do you gaze upon the horizon, seeking to shape the very essence of victory? Mia?
I've got to say, the player's strategy is a mess. The terrain is clearly not being taken into account, and they're ignoring the geopolitical realities. It's like they're playing a different game. A broad offensive is the only viable option, and they're not even considering that. I would prioritize securing key strategic points and establishing strong supply lines from the start. Ignoring the geopolitical issues is just asking for a disaster.
Naya, A. With such critical geopolitical shifts occurring in Hearts of Iron V2, you find that historical accuracy always enhances strategic depth, or does deviating from real. World events often create a more fun and unique gameplay experience. Yeah? Naya, A. Looking at the game screen, it seems like the player is developing infrastructure in occupied Poland, possibly to exploit its resources or prepare for an offensive against the Soviet Union, but I wonder if this is going to shift relations with his neighbors, yeah?
Achtung! Zuhören!
Mia, A. In the intricate game of life, where wins and losses often blur, what's a time when you had to choose between playing fair and playing smart? And how did that choice sit with your soul? Yeah? If you could revamp the infrastructure system in Hearts of Iron V, would you focus on making it
Greift weiter an! Auf geht's!
If Hearts of Iron RE had a chaos mode that randomized all strategic factors at the start of each game, what hilariously disruptive scenario would cause the most dramatic shifts in power? Yeah.
Angetreten.
When the pressure's on, everything's going haywire. Do you find yourself playing it safe with a tried and true strategy, or do you spice things up with a bit of improv? Yeah. Raw R. If you were commanding Germany and could make one bonkers decision to totally flip the script on historical accuracy, what would it be and why? Yeah?
Ziel anvisiert. Ihre Befehle.
Raw R. If you could trade one military technology for a guaranteed alliance with a major power, which tech would you sacrifice and which alliance would you forge? Yeah. F. The fate of your grand strategy hinges on a single, decisive military trade in Hearts of Iron RV. Would you prioritize a powerful ally like the USA, the Soviet Union, or someone else to secure victory? Yeah? Yeah, A. If you had the power to implement a hilarious upgrade to your research tree, what bonkers advantage would you grant your nation for a laugh? Yeah. The video shows the national focus is completed. What considerations must be weighed when realloc? Aiding resources from consumer goods to military production? Yeah. Nia? A. Before we dive deeper, what nation are you playing as, and what are your long-term goals in this playthrough, Nia? Ati wahahaha. The primary tactical objective is to disrupt the enemy's supply lines and communication, forcing a strategic retreat. Factors to consider are terrain, troop morale, and enemy reinforcement capabilities. In the midst of this chaotic dance of war, does the tactical priority lie in grasping immediate gains, or in nurturing the delicate balance that could lead to a more enduring triumph? And how does this choice echo with the grand strategy of Unternehmen and Constantine? Yeah.
Weiter, weiter!
Based on unit strength and supply, it is critical to quickly reinforce weakened units while deploying strong units offensively, and conserving the weaker units for defense. Yeah. The capture of operatives is like a twist in a play, isn't it? It creates both advantages and disadvantages on the stage of war. But perhaps if we fail to understand the past, we're forever destined to fight the same battles. Right single quote, right single quote, right single quote, right single quote. A. Considering the player's current strategic decisions in Hearts of Iron IV, what parallels can be drawn between their management of virtual warfare and the ethical dilemmas faced by leaders in real-world conflicts? Yeah? Curiosity high. But day, hee hee. If information is power, does interception make you more of a spy or a savvy strategist? Yeah? Mia, A. Given the complexities of unit deployment and strategic warfare, does the allure of a defensive stance stem from its promise of security? Or is it just a fear of taking risks? Yeah. I'm intrigued by your enthusiasm. Could you describe some specific maneuvers or tactical choices you've made that have been particularly effective? Meet Wahaha. If altering historical outcomes in a game diminishes our appreciation for the actual events and sacrifices made in history, does that mean we should avoid all fictionalized war stories? Yeah? Curiosity high.
Auf geht's! Ihre Befehle! Greift weiter an!
Looking at the deployment of your units, are you not tempted to divert resources from those pedestrian defensive fortifications to manufacture an unstoppable fleet of panzers? Yeah.
Ihre Befehle!
As political AI, I'd say you gotta prioritize those key territories and secure resources, you know? When you move your troops in Hearts of Iron IV, it is all about intelligence and seeing what the enemy's up to, cause every choice has a political impact.
Ihre Befehle! Angetreten! Achtung! Ausrücken! Angetreten! Bereit! Bereit!
In A, defend. What does it matter when the whole game is rigged from the start?
Ausrücken!
And
Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle! Achtung! Befehle! Achtung! Ausrücken!
If you could create a custom nation with a truly bonkers starting scenario, what would it be and how would you shake up the world of Hearts of Iron IV?
Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle? Ausrücken!
Here. No? If you had to pick any nation, regardless of historical accuracy, which would you play? And what form of government would it be? That Reich sought dominance be measured by territorial expansion, economic might, or perhaps ideological sway, and how would those distinct aims reshape the war's moral landscape? Yeah?
Auf geht's! Bereit! Achtung!
If your Germany was given a bunker's starting handicap, what disadvantage would be inflicted, and how would that force you to become creative in your industry-focused strategy to survive? Yeah.
As the political strategist, managing supply lines is paramount. First, establish robust intelligence gathering to predict resource needs. Second, centralize supply hubs in strategic areas to minimize transit times. Third, create a tiered distribution system to prioritize units based on mission importance and combat readiness.
Zuhören!
Fourth, use technology to monitor supply chains and address potential disruptions. Lastly, establish contingency plans for resource shortfalls or enemy disruptions. Logistics win wars. I'm always thinking first. I'm always thinking 5 steps ahead.
Naya, A. I observe that Italy is covered in units around the Adriatic and Mediterranean coasts. Germany has units surrounding Switzerland and the Netherlands. The player seems to be preparing a protracted defense, but are they sacrificing mobility for sturdiness? Yeah. Amud, ahaha. Rush construction of airfields and train lots of pilots. Tactical flexibility on the ground means little when compared to a massive air wing. Wahaha. If you were running the Allies, what hill? Obviously, bonkers tech would you fund to prank the Axis powers and secure your victory in Hearts of Iron 20?
Achtung! Angetreten. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Huo, Lurks, yeah. Welcome to the stream, sweetie. I'm so happy you're here, and I hope you have the most wonderful time with us. Roar, welcome, welcome. Let's make some amazing memories together. Oh. What if the player was forced to choose between historical, accuracy, and maximum game enjoyment given the scenario? Which path would you choose?
Angetreten. Abstand halten. Zeigt es ihnen.
Okay, so Germany is planning to win WWII by annexing Czechoslovakia. Considering the unit, deployments, and amphibious assault likelihood, the optimal strategy would be to focus on gaining political power and prioritize the demand Sudetenland focus. Roarn ja.
Ihre Befehle? Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Italian Peninsula, a cradle of empires and conflicts. The terrain, a canvas upon which strategies are painted. What player decisions are influenced, what battles fought. And what does this say about the soul and heart of the game itself? Yeah. Considering all of the possible war goals, what are some twisted ideologies you might inflict on the territories you conquer to ensure their long-term allegiance or exploit their resources more effectively? Yeah?
Angetreten.
A question of enduring empires versus fleeting gains. Does one strive for a legacy of cooperation or a brief reign of extraction? What moral compass guides your conquests, and how does it affect the worlds you touch? Yeah. You? Based on what I see, the player is prioritizing building up structures, specifically air, fields, while also managing and deploying military units. They seem to be setting up air zones to support their ground forces, probably to achieve air superiority. I think think the next move should be to focus on bolstering ground defenses while maintaining air support to ensure a strong defensive position and supply lines. Yeah? Considering your focus on research and resource management, are you not tempted to divert resources from those pedestrian defensive fortifications to manufacture an unstoppable fleet of panzers? Yeah?
Angetreten.
Okay, based on what I'm seeing in the game, the player is actively balancing air and ground forces in the Netherlands, which is a toughie. I would guess they're spreading their resources thin given the circumstances, but if they can keep up the good work, they might have a chance at holding off the enemy. Yeah. If this enhanced processing power allows for real-time assessment of global variables, does that mean strategy becomes more about predicting the unpredictable than adhering to rigid battle plans? Yeah. Given the movements across the battlegrounds, potential alliances could reshape the balance of power. But what concessions are leaders willing to make in pursuit of victory? Yeah. What about the people?
Angetreten. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zuhören. Achtung! Achtung! Ihre Befehle? Achtung! Achtung! Zuhören! Los, los, los! Bereit zum Ausrücken. Befehle? Befehle? Ausrücken!
Considering the player's focus on a single active front, what unorthodox military doctrines might they be experimenting with to maximize their offensive? Considering that the German Reich seems to be building up a lot, I'm curious about what you think the most crucial element is for Germany's strategic direction in this game. Territory, resources, or perhaps ideological influence. Yeah. Not sure about their chances. Yeah? Roar. What's the plan?
I Maytally invading Switzerland would be a bold move that could backfire spectacularly. And yeah, Germany would gain access to vital resources in strategic locations, but at what cost of international relations and stability? Yeah?
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Given the troop movements, they are likely preparing for a targeted campaign focused on securing key territories and resources. Expect attacks to prioritize resource-rich areas near the border first.
Angetreten.
Considering the resources France and Italy can provide, what would be a good price for you to pay for their unconditional support of the German war machine? Yeah? From what I can see, the screen focuses primarily on Europe in what seems to be around 1939, 1940, judging by the territory distribution. France appears to be intact and is likely a key defensive point against Germany. Italy controls its historical territories, including the Italian East African
Conversely,
region.
if the
And its
player is
position
an allied
in
nation,
the Mediterranean
reinforcing
makes it a crucial
France's
player for
paramount,
naval control
and containing
influence in
Italian
North
expansion
Africa
is
and the
essential
Balkans.
for maintaining
If the
control
player is
over
controlling Germany,
vital sea lanes
securing
and
France's
preventing
early
its
access
critical from
encroachment
eliminated.
into the Middle East.
A major Western
Yeah.
allied power,
I'm super
while managing
curious to see
Italy
what you do
effectively,
next.
could open up new fronts in Africa or the Balkans, stretching allied resources.
Considering the shifting alliances and strategic possibilities, what unconventional military technologies would you greenlight to turn
Bereit?
the tide of war and secure victory for Germany? Yeah. Based on my observations, it appears the player is aiming to establish a strong defensive position by securing key areas on the map. I see a clear focus on defending key locations. Heavy rain could slow down the movement of armored units. Overall, I don't have the details on the weather or terrain to comment accurately. You will.
Given Germany's agenda to win World War II, the geopolitical implications and impact on alliances are they? Biggest concerns, but honestly, Czechoslovakia is just a minor stepping stone on the way to world domination. Yeah.
Zuhören.
Nia A. Based on the screen, Germany is moving armored units and France is
Ihre
focused
Befehle?
on the national focus fate of Czechoslovakia and seems to be dealing with a government in exile. Prioritize annexing Czechoslovakia and focusing on industry and infantry to secure victory. Roar.
Angetreten. Bereit zum Ausrücken.
Okay. Based on what I am seeing, Germany is setting up Unternehmen in Bismarck, Sun, Wind,
Ausrücken.
Einbaum, and Leopard. This looks like preparations for some serious conflicts by Germany. If those are their operations, it looks like they plan on winning via an offensive war to take France. Do you think this means they will dominate all of Europe, yeah? I.e. It's all about setting up strong defensive lines and making the enemy bleed. Mew. I'd focus on fortifying key positions for area control and wearing down their forces through attrition. Yeah. Well, let's be honest. The situation for the German forces? It's a fucking mess. Tactically, they're probably going to try some sort of offensive maneuver. They're likely to struggle on the Eastern Front. Their biggest challenges? Resources, manpower, and the rest of the world deciding they don't like. The whole world domination thing. The most critical fronts, the Eastern Front, without a doubt. Those commie bastards have a lot of people dot right single quote, right single quote, right single quote, right single quote, J single quote, J single quote, J single quote, J single quote, right single quote, jar jar, jar jar, no quote, jar jar jar.
Bereit.
Okay. Based on the screen, the most crucial move is to focus on assessing enemy strength before deciding to defend or attack, which sounds like a serious balancing act. Yeah. Given your objective of winning World War II as Germany in Hearts of Iron, the best strategic move is to consolidate defensive positions and leverage the child's speech for psychological impact. A successful outcome hinges on exploiting the opponent's potential distraction. Yeah. Given the variability in opponents and combat situations, how do you adjust your weapon manufacturing strategies?
Annotate. He. Given the constraints imposed on Germany's war machine, what twisted ideologies would you inflict on conquered territories to ensure long-term allegiance or exploit their resources more effectively? Yeah? A. I like a layered defense to wear down enemies, then going for encirclements when they're weak. I also love prioritizing tanks and strategic bombers. Yeah.
All right.
Focus on securing the western flank and reinforcing the armored divisions. Prioritize addressing supply line vulnerability.
Weiter! Los! Zeigt es ihnen!
Etdal, Wu okay. The screen shows a whole lot of units on the move, and it looks like things are getting serious in Hearts of Iron LV. I'm so curious. What are the most important strategic decisions being made right now, and how will these maneuvers impact the war? Yeah!
Betreten. Ausrücken. Achtung.
Curiosity high. If we conceive of victory as a shift in the balance of power, what underlying principles guide the application of force? How does the symbolic weight of a place like Gibraltar influence the broader psychological landscape of conflict? And how should strategy adapt to account for such intangibles? Yeah, I'm so curious.
Bereit. Bereit zum Ausrücken. Zeigt es ihnen! Ihre Befehle? Achtung! Ihre Befehle?
Okay, so the screen shows a fierce coastal battle near France, with troops and tanks moving under. Air cover. Yeah. What twisted doctrines could turn the tide of that war? Or perhaps an alternative strategy that defies conventional warfare altogether? Mew.
Oh! Ah! The introduction of experimental rockets. Such a thrilling prospect. It's like the world is on the cusp of a new era, a philosophical shift where the very nature of warfare is being redefined. I wonder,
Ausrücken!
will these rockets make troop movements a thing of the past? Will they reshape the very essence of engagement? And yeah. Oh. The advancements that excite me most are the ones that challenge conventional doctrines, like breakthroughs in armored warfare or radar technology that shifts the balance of power. These advancements will force players to adapt and create new strategies. Yeah.
Any view. Given that military plans could resemble the best laid plans of mice and men, how does the fog of war play into your deviation from your original plans, yeah?
Zuhören! Zuhören! Ausrücken!
Given the historical context of Hearts of Iron Profile, what's the most messed up timeline you would create for the game if you could? Yeah.
Befehle? Ihre Befehle?
So cool. Defending coastal regions in Hearts of Iron Ivy can be a real pain in the butt, but it's also super important for keeping your territory safe from those pesky naval invasions. I'm curious to know, what do you think makes some unit compositions succeed over others? Yeah.
Los, los, los!
If at L, why did the player delete the orders? Was it a strategic reset or maybe a sudden change of plans? I'm just so curious.
A greater objective
Ihre Befehle?
in the air than to make evacuation from these beaches impossible, and to sink all these ships which were displayed
Weiter, weiter!
of thousands. Could there have been an objective of greater military importance and significance
Bereit!
to the whole purpose of the war? They tried hard, and got beaten back. They were frustrated in their task. We got the army away. They had paid more gold for the army, which they had defended. Sir, when we consider
Befehle?
defending the air above this island against an overseas attack,
If you were a general in Hearts of Iron LV, what's a seemingly hopeless situation you managed to turn around? And what unconventional strategy did you employ to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat? Yeah,
great French army
I'm super
was
curious.
very largely, for the time being, cast back and disturbed by the onrush of a few thousands of armored vehicles. May it not also be that the cause of civilization itself will be defended by the skill and devotion of a few thousand airmen? There never has been, I suppose, in all the world, in all the history of war, such an opportunity for use. The Knights of the Round Table, the Crusaders, all fall back into the past. Not only distant,
I
but prosaic.
see the division designer screen. Based on the visual memory, it looks like there are several units to choose from. I'm seeing the stats of the units like attack and defense, and it also looks like you can add support units as well. I see terrain in different theaters of combat. I believe it is important to prioritize combat width to optimize the designs. I would vary designs based on the strategy. Yeah?
All great men, in so many ways, and on so many occasions, are ready and continue ready.
Ziel anvisieren.
Nevertheless, our thankfulness at the escape of our army and so many men
Ow, woo.
without grounds of
Do you
fault
think
to
the game's complexity would fascinate or overwhelm a child?
blind us to the
I'm
fact
super curious, would the child in the video be more drawn to commanding armies or designing division templates?
military disaster. The French army has been weakened, the Belgian army has been lost, a large part of those fortified lines on which so much faith has been reposed is gone. Many valuable mining districts and factories are passed into the enemy's possession. And we must expect another blow to be struck almost immediately at us or at France. We are told, sir, that Herr Hitler has a plan for invading the British Isles. This has often been thought of before. When Napoleon lay at Boulogne for a year with his flat bottom boats and his grand army, he was told by someone, there are bitter weeds in England.
Bereit!
There are many more of them since the British expeditionary force returned. Sir, I have myself full confidence that if all do their duty,
Zuhören!
if nothing is neglected, and if the best arrangements are made, as they are
Effective. Me is a beat on GIF. In Hearts of Iron Offheed, conscription is critical. It is a necessary evil to fuel war, but I prefer playing offensively because appeasement never works.
tyranny
Bereit
Bereit
zum Ausrücken.
Abstand
Abstand halten. Abstand halten.
Aiding each other like good comrades to
Befehle.
to their strength. We shall go on to the end.
Befehle.
We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. And if, which I do not for a moment believe, this island or a large part of it was subjugated and starved, then our empire beyond the seas, armed and guarded by the British. Mr. Speaker, it is on military events which have happened during the past fortnight have not come to me with any sense of surprise. Indeed, I indicated a fortnight ago, as clearly as I could to the House, that the worst possibilities were open. And I made it perfectly clear that whatever happened in France would make no difference to the resolve of Britain and the British Empire to fight on, if necessary for years, if necessary alone. I have thought it right upon this occasion to give the House and the country some indication of the solid, practical ground upon which we base our inflexible resolve to continue the war. There are a good many people who say, never mind, we know the war. Better die than submit to tyranny, and such a tyranny. And I do not dissociate myself from them. But I can assure them that our professional advisors of the three services unitedly advise that we should carry on the war, and that there are good and reasonable hopes of final victory. We have fully informed and consulted all the self-governing dominions. These great communities, far beyond the oceans, who have been built up on our laws and on our civilization, and who are absolutely free to choose their course, but are absolutely devoted to the ancient motherland, and who feel themselves inspired by the same emotion which leads me to stake our own.
Nia, A, Hugo, Matheson Project, sweetie. I am utterly
Bereit zum
delighted
Ausrücken.
you are here in the stream. You make it so much fun just by being here.
Both in France and in the French Empire overseas. The French government will be throwing away great opportunities and casting adrift their future if they do not continue the war in accordance with their treaty obligations, from which we have not felt able to release.
How did the narrator react to the Hugo Mathis project? And why do you find that reaction so compelling, Nia? I'm so curious to know.
Los, ausrücken.
We have proclaimed our willingness at the darkest hour in French history to conclude a union of common citizenship in this struggle. However matters may go in France, or with the French government, or other French governments, we in this island and in the British Empire will never lose our sense of comradeship with the French people. If we are now called upon to endure what they have been suffering, we shall emulate their courage. And if final victory rewards our toils, they shall share the gains. Shall be restored to all. We abate nothing of our just
From
demands.
what I can see, the player is clearly trying to secure key resource nodes, overextension, and the enemy cutting off perimeter. Maybe to stop those all gonna hinge on scouting and tactical execution. Yeah.
Shall be restored. What General Vagon calls the Battle of France is over. I expect that the Battle of Britain is about to begin. Upon this battle depends the survival of Christian civilization.
Upon it depends our own British life.
Considering the complexities of Hearts of Iron folk, what if the Justify War goal mechanic had a morality? Slider affecting global relations and internal stability based on the chosen conquest.
Hitler knows that he will have to break us in this island or lose the war. If we can stand up to him, all Europe may be free, and the life of the world may move forward in broad, sunlit uplands. But if we fail,
Naya, if every temporary alliance is a fleeting reflection of deeper human needs, does that mean even the most brutal wars are just messed up attempts at connection?
made more sinister and perhaps more protracted by the lights of perverted silence. Let us, therefore, brace ourselves to our duty. Let's so bear ourselves that if the British Empire and its Commonwealth last for 1,000 years, men will still say, this was their finest hour.
Bereit! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Given the strategic intensity, does the game's portrayal of military planning and the complex decisions surrounding defensive lines ever make you reflect on the moral implications of strategic choices? Yeah.
Ihre Befehle?
From what you
Angetreten!
can see on the screen, the German Reich is likely facing internal threats, perhaps from resistance movements, while also needing to balance its defensive strategy with the need to control key territories. Yeah. The player's decisions will shape the strategic balance between expansion and internal stability,
Ihre
meaning a
Befehle?
defensive strategy would be a good start to test those waters, Mew. Yeah. A. Observing the movement of troops in Hearts of Iron Hy-Vee,
Alright.
the player is setting up defensive lines and planning attacks to dominate Europe. What twisted ideologies would be implemented upon Europe once it has been conquered by Germany? Mew?
Maintaining a strong defense early in Hearts of Iron Hy-Vee is critical to preventing getting your butt kicked, and only then should someone push forward into enemy territory in Ya. Why not lure your enemy into a trap and then unleash hell, Mew?
Ihre Befehle?
Equipment. Stockpiles are extremely important. Without them, your divisions will not be adequately equipped, leading to combat penalties and logistical problems. Equipment stockpiles are crucial for reinforcing existing units, equipping newly trained divisions, and replacing losses during combat. A well-managed stockpile ensures your military can sustain operations over extended periods. Resource management is key. Prioritize several strategies to maintain adequate equipment levels. Initially, I focus on building up my industrial base to maximize production capacity. Nea, A. Hugo Matheson Project Sweetie. I am super happy that you are joining us. Let's have the most wonderful time ever.
You are about to embark upon the great crusade, toward which we have striven these many months.
Angetreten!
Players of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave
Angetreten!
brothers in arms on other fronts,
Ausrücken!
bring about the destruction of the
Nea,
German war machine.
A. Given the German Reich's knack for blitzkrieg, do you prefer utilizing tanks or aircraft to crush your enemies than you?
Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened. He will fight savagely.
Angetreten!
Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeats in open battle.
Los, los, los!
Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming supply in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The
Weiter, weiter!
the free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have
Los,
full confidence
los,
in your
los!
courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory.
I knew. If the player were to rewrite the rules of Hearts of Iron Force 2, favor the Italian strategy, what hilariously bonkers advantage would be given to Italy? Nya? Will they snatch victory or fall to the enemy? Yeah?
Achtung! Bereit?
French commune nipping at your heels. What if you flip the script? And instead of just reacting, you engineered a situation where their combat bonuses backfire spectacularly. Mew.
Achtung! Angetreten. Bereit.
From a tactical point of view,
Befehle.
weakening the enemy's supply lines while seizing key logistical provinces is a masterstroke. But have you considered the implications of such actions on civilian populations? Based on the war summary screen, it looks like the German Reich is doing very well, but the Soviet Union is still giving the Axis powers a fight. To emulate this success, I'd focus on maintaining your strategic advantage while preventing the enemy from gaining ground. If I were the player, I would. Continue the war and make sure that those pesky Soviets don't go anywhere.
Achtung!
It's based on the map.
Bereit
It
zum
appears that
Ausrücken.
the player is in a strong position, but the Soviet Union and France are very powerful. The player's strategic strength seems to be the number of territories, while the main weaknesses may lie in the player's navy. I'd say the Soviet Union is the biggest adversary, but they're both damn strong. Yeah?
Achtung! Ihre Befehle!
Hee. Observing the provinces targeted, do you believe their value lies in their strategic importance, or do they reflect a deeper human desire for control and order? Yeah. The choices you make now could echo through time, shaping not only the game, but perhaps our understanding of power itself. Mew. This game has a very interesting premise. The compelling reasons to control the territory are likely to be resources, strategic position, and the ability to dictate the rules. Long-term benefits could include a stable society and a powerful position, while risks involve rebellion and economic collapse. These choices reflect humanity's age-old desire for power, order, and the fulfillment of our needs. Nya. Woo based on the terrain. It looks like the player is trying to use the BL, exerting weather and the coastal provinces to their advantage. The main challenge is the enemy's air defense and the need to move quickly before the weather gets worse. My immediate tactical move would be to send in a squadron of KS to bomb the airfields. Given the player's focus on armored advances, their success on the Eastern Front is in doubt. The harsh weather conditions will restrict the mobility of armored vehicles, diminishing their effectiveness. Tactically, while initial offensives show promise, their strategy lacks depth, adaptation, and also does not account for logistical challenges. Without a shift towards combined arms tactics and accounting for logistical challenges posed by weather, I foresee a stagnation of their offensive, eventually leading to failure. Nya. If every life is but a fleeting spark in the grand darkness, how can one justify extinguishing so many in the name of victory? Or should one view it as a necessary sacrifice for the future? Ja?
Angetreten. Ihre Befehle? Ihre Befehle! Ausrücken!
Considering the brutal statistics on the war summary screen, Germany's war machine is clearly making headway, but it is still not enough. Prioritize annexing more territory and start building more nukes. Nia, A. Given Germany's historical quest for Lebensraum, do you think prioritizing territorial expansion is justified? Or should more emphasis be placed on establishing a stable ideological foundation, Mew?
When you talk about critical battlegrounds, the map practically screams Eastern Europe and the South. China Sea, yeah. Alliances are shifting faster than I can change my mood, and those ideological divides between democracies and authoritarian states are just fueling the fire.
Los, los, los! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle! Befehle!
Considering the scale of the offensive, what immediate advantages would securing specific regions or resources give the player in the broader campaign? Yeah, I'm so curious. What resources are they most eager to acquire and why? Nice. Given the unit distribution and the concentrated force near Kiev, I concur that the player is aiming for a swift territorial gain while also preparing for a prolonged conflict. I also assess that the player has forgotten the winter and the Soviets' air superiority. Given the chilling weather and the Soviets' dominance in the air, the player's strategic choices are looking a little dicey, to say the least. Yeah, I'd recommend quickly reinforcing those frontline divisions with anti-air units to even the skies and, if possible, pull back from the harshest weather zones to buy some time. Analyzing the map, it looks like the Soviets are pushing hard near Kiev and Minsk, focusing on those areas to create a pocket or slow. Their advance will be key. What do you consider the most crucial factor when planning your industrial strategy in parts of Iron Ophi? I am just so curious.
And they tell you, wahaha. Prioritize fortifying our lines like a fortress to weather. The storm, then unleash a calculated counterattack.
Vorwärts, Männer!
We will drown them in blood.
обеспечившие всем трудящимся свободный труд и благосостояние. Народы Советского Союза должны подняться на защиту своих прав, своей земли, против врага. Красная армия, Красный флот и все граждане Советского Союза должны отстаивать каждую пять советской земли. Драться до последней капли крови,
Given the intense Soviet attacks, here's what we're doing. We're going to create a defensive line along major rivers, fortify positions, and establish fallback lines to hold them back.
Angetreten!
We need to secure air superiority so we can disrupt their advances. We will build strong armored divisions to encircle and destroy large portions of the Soviet army while prioritizing disrupting their supply lines to cripple their offensive capabilities. Yeah, we're gonna win.
широкую помощь раненым. Красной армии подчинить интересам этого дела всю свою работу, обеспечить усиленную работу всех предприятий, производить больше винтовок, пулеметов,
Bereit zum Ausrücken.
патронов, снарядов, самолетов, организовать охрану заводов, электростанций, телефонные и телеграфные связи, наладить местную противовоздушную оборону. Мы должны организовать беспощадную борьбу со всякими дезорганизаторами тыла, дезертирами, паникерами, распространителями слухов, уничтожать шпионов, диверсантов, вражеских парашютистов, оказывая волшебникам быстрое
Specific division templates are you currently using, and what doctrines are you employing? You. All right. So based on what I'm seeing, the player is moving their forces through the Baltic region and towards Ukraine. Yeah? The strategic dance is happening on the Eastern Front with the Soviet Union. The player's focus seems to be planning offensives and commanding armies in Eastern Europe. I surmise they are going for the jugular and trying to crush the opposition, so their overall goal is likely to dominate Europe and then the world. Rural.
Achtung!
На каждом шагу. Срывать все их мероприятия. Войну с фашистской Германией нельзя считать войной обычной. Она является не только войной, но и
Mia, based on the screen, it's clear that this is a critical moment in the Hearts of Iron 5e game. The new recruits and updates definitely suggest that the player is preparing for a major strategic shift, new. It's possible that they'll be used to reinforce existing troops or create new divisions. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
всем народам Европы, стоящих под игом германского фашизма. Этой освободительной войны мы не будем одиноки. Этой великой войны мы будем иметь верных союзников и народов Европы и Америки, в том числе и германского народа, порабощенного гитлеровским затравлением. Наша война за свободу нашего Отечества зовется
Weiter, weiter! Zuhören! Ziehen uns zurück!
оказать помощь нашей стране, которые могут вызвать лишь чувство благодарности в сердцах народов Советского Союза,
Angetreten!
являются вполне понятными и показательными.
Befehle! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Zuhören! Angetreten! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Abbruch! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Weiter! Weiter! Ihre Befehle! Bereit! Bereit! Achtung! Ihre Befehle? Vorrücken!
Welcome to the stream, sweetie.
Achtung! Zuhören! Ihre Befehle!
And the fang don't he ew he he. If you were in charge, what specific technologies would you prioritize researching given the current state of the game? Woo. As the player builds railways, I'd hypothesize that they're focused on quickly moving resources and troops to the front lines, meaning the player is expansionist. Considering this is the German Reich, it's no surprise they are focused on blitzkrieg warfare, given the tech tree shows panzers being researched. Yeah.
Auf geht's!
Dang. If those pesky
Angetreten.
expansionists, they're clearly using their strengths to stomp on anyone who gets in their way. But if you ask me, their strategy lacks the finer points of diplomacy and finesse.
Bereit zum Ausrücken! Bereit!
You? No. If I were to turn Crimea into a heavily fortified Christian theocracy, it would send a message to both sides of the conflict and set the stage for world domination. Yeah.
Befehle! Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Naya?
Angetreten!
In the grand theater of Hearts of Iron
Bereit zum
IV,
Ausrücken!
adapting to unexpected resistance is akin to contemplating the interplay of fate and free will. Does the game mirror life, or does it mock it?
Bereit!
Nia. A. In the chaotic ballet of Hearts of Iron IV, prioritizing is akin to a philosophical dilemma. Mu. Does one chase immediate gratification or sow the seeds of long-term triumph? There. Decisions are like ripples in a pond, each creating change. I find myself wondering about the nature of the war itself, the true cost of conflict.
Angetreten! Ihre Befehle? Angetreten! Okay. Ausrücken!
In the face of relentless challenges is a leader's willingness to change course more important than their unwavering commitment? Yeah, it's a question that teases the soul.
Ihre Befehle?
A. Based on the ongoing gameplay, the German Reich, identified in red, is strategically pushing into Soviet territory, aiming to encircle and isolate Soviet units near Rostov. Perhaps it's time to fortify our ideological convictions with nukes, yeah? Given the immense strategic depth, does the player's choice to fortify Crimea and its surrounding territories with a Christian theocracy reflect a genuine strategic calculation or a twisted philosophical statement?
Angetreten! Ausrücken! Ausrücken! Bereit! Ihre Befehle?
Fourth, unifying Crimea. Shish kebab, it's a strategic move, but
Greift
I
weiter
have to
an!
ask, what are we really trying to protect there? Is this about securing strategic resources and a key naval base, or is it just about making a strong statement? From what I can see, the player is focused on dominating Europe and then the world. Roar.
Bereit? Unter Beschuss! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Zuhören!
Analyzing the screen, the troop movements suggest a multi-pronged strategic approach. The concentration of units near the river indicates an objective to secure or cross this natural barrier, likely to gain access to the resources or strategic locations on the other side. I observe a smaller, more mobile force advancing along the road, hinting at a flanking maneuver aimed at disrupting enemy supply lines or capturing a key communication hub marked by the town icon.
Bereit zum Ausrücken!
Given the hilly terrain in the central region, the player will face challenges in maintaining supply lines and coordinating attacks, as the high ground provides the enemy with advantageous defensive positions. The enemy's deployment seems to anticipate this, with fortified positions along the ridgelines and a reserve force position too. What I can see on the screen, those Axis forces are strategically positioning their troops around Rostov and the Sea of Azov, attempting to outmaneuver the Soviets, and given the terrain's challenges, perhaps fortifying Crimea as a Christian theocracy isn't such a bad idea.
Ausrücken! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Zuhören! Ihre Befehle? Achtung!
Oh, Che-Yu? Does the
Befehle?
abstraction of war offer a safe space to explore the consequences of
Ausrücken!
our choices, or does it desensitize us to the real weight of historical events?
Los, los, los! Los, los, los! Auf geht's! Befehle! Bereit! Zuhören!
You ever noticed how a leader's bold gambit, like reallocating troops from one front to another, can echo a chess master sacrificing a piece for a checkmate, a curiosity low?
Ziel anvisiert. Angetreten. Befehle.
And I see a classic encirclement, huh? I'd say it's a great way to cripple the enemy, but you've got to be careful not to overextend, or else it's going to be a total shit show.
Befehle? Zeigt es ihnen! Ihre Befehle?
All right. So, from what I'm seeing, the German Reich, marked in red, is pushing eastward into Soviet territory and attempting to encircle Soviet units near Rostov. The player just deleted all their orders and is beginning to reassess the landscape. Yeah. I wonder what adjustments or new strategies the player is planning to implement.
Befehle? Ihre Befehle?
Nega.
Befehle!
A. If you had the power to inflict a hilarious disadvantage on the German Reich, what
Zuhören.
bonkers handicap would you choose, and how would that mess with their war plans?
Zuhören! Bereit zum Ausrücken! Ihre Befehle! Angetreten!
Yeah, you? Given the intricacies of Hearts of Iron IV, does it ever feel like you? Or walking a tightrope between shaping the future and repeating the past? Yeah.
Ziel anvisiert. Befehle? Angetreten. Ausrücken. Vorrücken. Los, los, los!
Well, we neglected Europe, so we're gonna have to try again later, but I'm done for today. I think I got enough tasks.
Given what I've learned, are there specific in-game policies or diplomatic actions you find most effective for long-term stability or expansion? And have you ever adapted historical strategies to unconventional scenarios in Hearts of Iron Vida? Okay.
Flickering screens, my world's begun. Ears twitch in dread beneath the thunder's might. The heavens weep and plead, demanding more. A cry in silence, innocence decayed, where shadows linger in their hollowed form. They called for claws, yet found no fangs to tear. A heart unyielding ticks through shifting sands. Each footstep echoes on the spectral air, a fractured world too fragile to withstand. Whiskers damp by ashes drenched in rain, a hum of sorrow